Okay, so I think this is all going to come out on Twitch. I'm just going to open up Twitch quickly and just check to make sure. Creator dashboard. Oh, did I just get a thing saying, hey, you started streaming? Yes, I did. I did not get that on my last stream the other day. So I attempted to use 941. Mark Aldrich is me is now live. Streaming software and game development, making games. Okay. So here's the thing. Let me just turn my light on. So yeah. I attempted last week to stream using Restream because I wanted to try getting stuff going on both my YouTube channel and by Twitch. I think there's an option on Twitch to just have stuff automatically get uploaded to YouTube, which I think I might do. Uploads, highlights and uploads under 100-hour storage limit. Okay. Yeah, I need to... Wasn't there a thing to upload your current material to download, highlight, watch, export? Ah, okay. So there is a way to... Okay. Basically, what I want to do is I want to set up my Twitch account so that I don't think I'm going to have any viewers for a little while now. So I'm just going to... If someone pops up, then cool. But, yeah. So... Yeah, I think I'm going to have... I have a second YouTube channel that is hot garbage. Basically, if I have a video that is not related to one of the projects I'm working on and doesn't have any, like, good editing attached to it, I just throw stuff on there. Yes. Yeah. I don't have a plan. Plans are for chumps, anyway. Yeah, I'll just make a note to get that ready for next time. Because I think it's an automatic process. I think. Yeah, I streamed for, I think, about 7-ish hours. So if I export, select all those, continue. It doesn't say which YouTube channel, because I have 2 channels under that name, under that email. Hold on, actually. Unless it just doesn't allow things for that. Or is it under a different name? Oh, that's under Mark A Makes It... Okay, cool. Yeah, I can use that. Okay. Okay. Cool. We're alive. We're doing things. We exist. I am going to... Let's go back to Twitch. Creator dashboard. Stream manager. Cool. I can see my stream. Yay. I have 2 separate things of my chats popping up here. One from OBS and one from Twitch itself. I don't know which one I'm going to care about. Also, this is very loud. Let's turn down the gain just a tiny bit. I think that helps a bit. Yeah, it does. Okay. So, Plans for the day. What are we doing? What's the point? What's the purpose here? What is going on? I don't know yet. Yeah, I need to get back into the swing of things because I am very intermittent about my streaming, and consistency is king here. What do I want to add to the game? I actually got a review a couple of days ago. Actually, it might have been yesterday. It was yesterday or the day before that. But yeah, someone played my game and left me a review for it. Let's see. This is in Threads. Oh, yeah, this was on Friday. Okay, so this was like 3 days ago. Nope, never mind. This was Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. No, yesterday. Yesterday in the morning. Okay. So, Town Lines, the game that I have open right now, got played by a fellow member of the Boston game development community, also called Boston Indies. I played Town Line for 7 minutes. I feel the game has a lot of potential to be a great town builder / sim, but overall I was confused. I restarted the level 3 times and got stuck with a line of dudes on top of my well. But maybe making lines is what I'm supposed to do? I could not figure out how to address the decreasing stats of the dudes. I feel that some instructions could be helpful. I liked the hand-drawn buildings, thank you, but did not like the green noise background grass because it seemed to be a different art style than the hand-drawn buildings, and did not make the design feel cohesive. I played because I want to review 100 games in this Slack before asking for feedback on my game, and then they named their game. I didn't ask for permission if they want me to name their game, so I'm going to avoid it just in case it's supposed to be a secret project. But they left me a picture of... Let me see if I can just... copy image URL. Can I just paste that into... Oh, I have to log into Slack anyway to look at it. Okay. But yeah, basically they had a image that they shared with me that just showed I have issues with the game. Now, it is important for anyone making a thing to recognize that there can be problems with the thing you are making. There can be errors, there can be bugs, but also there can be just general design decisions that don't work. And one of the design decisions that I was going to do that does not work is just leaving the game as a sort of open world thing and not having levels. Like, I made that as a conscious decision to not add in levels and to not have a tutorial. And her input showed that that was not a good idea. The other thing she mentioned that was not good was the lack of cohesiveness with my art style. All of the buildings have this hand-drawn sort of art style to them because they are hand-drawn. I just open up Krita to a set size and I just play with the building shapes and sizes until I have something that looks kind of like what I want. Having said that, we need something better for the ground here, because if I just hit play to get rid of the options menu, the ground is just sort of a noise, and the whole reason for that was just so that you can tell when the camera is being moved. So, yeah. We need to fix that. So, okay, 2 things. One is changing the ground art so that it's a cohesive style. And the other is changing the structure of the game so that we have levels. I'm thinking we're going to have 5 starting levels before the game opens up. One that I think as a joke, the first level is just going to be like a dude goes across the screen and there's a thing of text that just says, "This is a dude." And then the level ends and you go to the next one. And maybe in a cheat. Ooh, yeah, hold on. We're going to add that in. Just a thing of... achievements. Okay. let's get started. What are we doing first? Let's do the ground art first. The ground piece that I have here is pretty large. I think we're going to open up... First, we're going to open up Krita. Create a new image. I think 128 by 128 is going to be fine. Actually, no, we'll do 256 by 256. Create. Okay, so there are going to be two backgrounds that we're going to need. One is going to be a grassy kind of background, and the other one is going to be an ocean background. Let's do, and I want them to be separated because basically what I want to do is make it so that I can tile them so that we can have the maps be different shapes and sizes. So what I want is, what do I want for grass? What's a good grass color? None of these colors are titled, which is not great. Actually, hold on. Let's just go on to Google and grass color. Look at that. We got some good grasses here. Okay, let's see. Oh, shoot. Okay, I need to have these two open at the same time. Okay. I am a fan of... Oh, these are the same. These two, this one here and this one here. Yeah, this seems like the better grass color. I don't know if it's going to fit with my setting, but we're going to try it out. 3, it is F9 B0B. Okay. And we're just going to plaster that on there. There we go. We got some grass. Now I'm going to take this one, and first we're going to make it the same as this one, but then we're going to make it slightly darker. Okay. Now we're going to get our painting tool, get this down to our... Actually, let's get this a lot less than that. Basically, what I'm going to want to do is just draw some grass. So, we're going to take our paint layer. That's grass right there. That's some... You know what the problem is? I'm going to be stretching this across the entire map. This grass is... Oh! I have an idea. Okay. I have a better idea. I have a really good... This is a really good idea. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to create 10 different kinds of grass. And when the level loads, we're just going to pick a random one and spawn it in a random point. Okay, that's how we're going to do it. So we can get rid of these. File, export, and this is going to be exported as a PNG. Ground base. Save that. Okay. Okay, and then we're going to get rid of that. We're going to create... Actually, I can just make that the same size as... We're going to make a new one, and we're going to do these as 64 by 64. Create. Okay. So now we need to create some blades of grass. Yeah, 5 will be enough, I think. So we're going to have... That's one. We're gonna fill this in. So let's grab the inside of that and just fill it. And then I'll use the hands tool, select, deselect, and just fill in the tiny bit of emptiness in here. That will be our next one. I have a feeling there's gonna be some kind of issue here, but okay, so we have that, we have that. This one I think is just gonna be, we're gonna have a line going across, and we're just gonna have a we're just gonna have that one go like that, 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 and that. There we go. That's some grass right there. Okay. Next grass. What other kind of grass is there? Oh, how about this? How about, oh, crabgrass. Crabgrass. Okay. Kind of looks like a weird alien creature thingy, but that's okay. One more kind of grass. We have regular grass, big thing of thick grass, some reeds of grass sticking up, some ferny kind of grass, and kind of crabgrass. What's another kind of grass? What's another grass that we can use? Hold on, I'm just going to go on Google Images. Grass icon. This is mostly just what we've done already. Okay, how about this one right here where it's like... Okay, so we have kind of a flat thing. Of course, we lost it. Okay. And then we're going to take our selection tool. I think we can lower the threshold. Raise the threshold or lower the threshold? Raise it, okay. Select all that. And then we need to select our tool. Deselect everything, and now we can just go through and like... go through and start getting rid of all of the little bits of excess space. I'm going to leave this one alone because I like the idea that this is just two pieces of grass. Okay, so we're going to export this as grass. Grass has two S's. Grass 01. Okay. File. Export that as grass 02. Save that. Okay. Grasso 3. Save. Save. This one, I'm not a fan of this one, but we're going to keep it. Grass 04. And lastly, file, export, Grass 05. Save. Okay. Cool. We have grasses. I can close my little grass reference there. Yes. Now what? Now we need to implement those into the game. So that's going to involve our environment. Why are there two islands here? Oh, is one of them just the... Okay, yeah, this one is just the random noise. So I'm going to keep the random noise in. But I am going to greatly lower its opacity. So it's just sort of like barely visible. Just so there's like some level of difference between the okay, ground base. Scale is, oh yeah, let's check our, hold on. Art. Where is ground base? And we are going to change this to 256. Apply that. Hold on. That was my doctor being like, hey, yo. Yeah, no, I just had to have an appointment moved up on for Thursday? Yeah, Thursday. 22nd. Which I think is a Thursday. I think. Why does this look so weird? Why is this color so off? Oh, I see, because I have. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So that's good. This, we're going to go more for a... We're going to do a black. And we're just going to... We don't want a white. We want sort of a darker green. Draw mode, simple, mask interaction. All right, what do I want? Yeah, I'm thinking we're just going to go for a sort of darker green. I think this was actually supposed to be the lighter color of the two. Actually, no, let's go to our scene view so that we can see this and turn off the card canvas for now. We don't need that. Okay. Yeah, random noise. We'll turn that down a bunch. And now I need a spawner that's going to spawn in all of our grass. So what I think I'm going to do is just create sort of a grass component, I guess, and spawn it in, I think. Okay, so we're just gonna create a new empty object, and we're gonna call this grass object. You know what? No, we don't need to specify object. We're just gonna call this grass. 0, 0. This is gonna have a sprite renderer on it. Simple draw mode. Yeah, let's just put a grass on it. And what I think we want to do is put our grasses into a collection. Basically, the way we're going to do this is we're going to spawn these at random. First, I want to get all my grass. Hold on. Because I want to do a quick couple of changes to this. The first is these were all on 64. So apply that. Did that make it bigger? Yes, it did. Okay. Also, do not generate physics. Max size will be 64 because that is the size of it. Yeah, just a sprite mode, single. Save. Okay, that makes it disappear. Oh, that's barely visible at all. Uh-oh. Okay, we might need to make it a little bit brighter then. Or make these a little bit darker. Can I make this just a little bit? Yeah. Okay, cool. We can make this just a tad. Tad darker. More on the green end. Yeah, it's a lot more visible. Okay, cool. So now we just need to spawn our grass randomly. Order in layer. I think we're going to do -1. That will put it above the... Yeah, these are -10 and -9. This is going to be -8. I need to go to the grass. I need to go to the grass. Let's see, 0.5 and 0.5 and 0.5. There's no physics colliders on these. The specific instruction is to not have that. So what we want to do is instead, okay, we're gonna take all of this. House, immigration, promotional, no resources. I want to have a specific folder for environment. Why does my thing keep turning on? Rename that. Okay. I want my ground base and all of my grass in that environment folder. I should have a building folder too. The random noise is also part of the environment, I guess. Anything else? I think the rest of this is all looms and mines and pastures and... Yeah, these are all structures. Okay. We're fine with this then. File, save. Okay. Grass is going to go in as a prefab. Specifically a prefab. Oh, cool. We already have an environment folder. That's good. Okay. File, save. Now what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this grass because we have that saved now. We're going to go to our environment and we're going to create a... actually, not on this. Not on this. Okay, on here. Spawn grass, create an ad. It's weird that it's having me save the monobehavior scripts like this now. I don't know if I changed something or what, but this is going to be in... I don't think it's going to be in any of these folders right now. Save. Okay. We have our spawn grass script. So what we're going to do is we're going to store a prefab and we're going to get a reference to this object and its size. So, yes. So we need a reference to transform. And we can get that in the awake method. Awake G. That's a lowercase t. It's very weird looking at Unity stuff right now because I've been learning Rust as the programming language. And yeah, this is just, my brain just does not want to process what is here right now. Like, I don't know. It's just, it's interesting. I wonder if this is what learning a new language is like. Okay, so we don't need this. What do we need? We need a list of sprites. So serialize field, private, sprite renderer, okay, so we're gonna have our grass prefab, which I'm storing the sprite renderer for because that's the thing that we're going to be changing the most immediately. Yeah, let's see. Amount equals 10. Sure. Serialize fields. Private. Our grass sprites. Okay. Neat. Did they change the coloring again on me? I think they did. Because why are values being stored in the same with the same color scheme as wait a minute, is that shit? I think it may have transferred it over from Rust. That's very weird. Okay, so private void start. We're going to do a for loop where the upper bound is amount. Yeah, we'll change that to a var, sure. If you're going to complain about it the whole time. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to come up with 10 or however many we have set here. Why are you yelling at me? Who's texting me? What do you want? Go away. Go away. Go away. Go away. No, I don't want to turn that off. I want to turn that off. Okay, there we go. Don't need sound. So what I want to do is make it so that the grass will spawn in random locations, but specifically on this one element. So what we need to do is we need to come up with 10 positions to spawn it in that are on this transform, which I think the transform is just sized to 25 by 25. Yeah, I think it is. Okay, that makes life easy then. So what I need to do is get the transform position. This is 0, so we're going to store the vector 3. Vector 3 equals new vector 3 yeah, we'll just store that as a value. We're just going to reuse this each time. Okay, so actually I can do that in here. Okay, so we have our position. Equals random dot oh, we can set up a circle. Okay. State, rotation, value, color. All right, so I think we're going to have to do position.x equals random dot range. Now I could do minus 12.5, positive 12.5, but the whole point is I want the object to be the grass block to be modular so that I can change the size and shape of it without too much issue. So I need to get trans dot. Actually, we can get these earlier so we don't have to do these in the for loop every single time. Var lateral area equals trans.position.x divided by 2. That gives us 12.5. So we get something between 12.5 and minus 12.5. Lateral area yeah, area doesn't make sense for this. So we'll just rename that. position.y equals random, and then position.z equals 0. I just want to make sure we... Actually, I don't need to set that. We just need to set those values. Okay, so we change our values here. We get a location that we can spawn in, and the range of areas that we can spawn in. And then what I want to do is choose a location at random and spawn in our grass prefab. So we're going to first we're going to store our new grass. I didn't do that on purpose, I promise. Okay, Quaternion identity, and we are not... You know what? Actually, is this setting to set a parent to it? Yes, okay. Yeah, I do want the parent. Okay. Dot grass sprites. Okay, so we're going to get a random grass sprite. We're going to use that one. Okay, I think that's basically it. Yeah, we get a position. We get our scale. We get the scale of the thing we're spawning stuff in. Then we get an X position and a Y position that are randomized. And we spawn in our grass with our new sprite. Okay. Cool. So let's spawn in 10 pieces of grass, I guess. We 1,000,000% have grass. What the hell are you talking about? Hold on. Prefabs. It's not in buildings. There we go, grass. Yeah, why did you not find that? Okay. Let's go to art. Expand that up a bit. Environment. Oh, shoot. Okay, we're just gonna hold that there. Grass 1, grass 2, grass 3, grass 4, grass 5. All of you are going in there. Sweet. All right, test it out. Save. Play. They are all spawning in the center, and they're all absolutely gigantic. Why is that? Hold on. Vector 3 position. When we are instantiating it, the original, the position, the rotation, and the parent. Wait a minute, did they change in scale with the parent? Shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Okay, we might need to not do that then. And just live with it. But now they're all spawning in the center. Why are they all just spawning in the center then? Because the position is supposed to be... Hold on, how big is this? Okay, so we get the scale. Wait a minute. Whoop, nope, 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 nope. Trans.local scale. Save all of that. Okay, try again. Play. There we go. Now they're randomly placed around the place. Not nearly enough, though, for my taste. So we're going to change this to 500. We'll see how that handles it. Okay, yeah, that's 500 objects. Yeah, and they all stay still. Actually, can I set those to static? If I change the prefab to a static prefab, will that help me out at all? Play. Doesn't change anything visually, but I am noticing that we are breaching the limit here just a tiny bit. We're going to turn off VSync. Yeah, we're still running at 500 or 600 and then dropping down to 300 or 100 and something every now and then. Hold on. Let's just let it run for a bit. Pause that there. Okay, so what is going on around here? Player loop. So the biggest cost right now is the renderer, it looks like. What is the cost from the renderer? In universal render total. Render camera stack. Inscriptable render context. Okay, so it might be because we're rendering all these things. If I change the amount to 0, clear that, hit play again, let's see how it affects it. Yeah, beforehand we were sitting at around 200 FPS with the occasional drop from garbage collection. We're sitting at over 1,000 now with the occasional spike. So yeah, it's still the render pipeline manager, but now it's at 17% instead of 30%. So I don't know. I kind of want to keep the grass in there, but if we have to make it a separate block of just grass items instead of having them actually randomly spawn, we can do that. Either way, let's go over here. If we spawn 100 in, it doesn't look good. I don't know. I think we need a lot of them. We need like 400 or 500 for it to actually look decent. So yeah, 600 or 700. If we make it 500. If we make it 1,000. What's the limit? Okay, it scales well, at least. What I might do is I might have... I know you can make a system that just draws those to the screen on a layer without using the sprite renderer and without using a game object to attach them to, and it's like way more efficient. So I am going to at some point look up how to do that. I'm just going to write that on my list here. How to spawn sprites without game objects. There's never a point where you run out of stuff to learn, things to do. So Yeah, that'll... I'm going to consider that set for now. Let's do waves next. So first I need a... I'm not going to do the... Here, we can just kill that. Do you want to save it? No. File, new, 64 by 64. And we're just going to come up with like... I don't want to spend too much time on this, so we're going to come up with 3 kinds of waves. Sort of a darker ocean blue kind of color. And it's just going to be like... no. Let's undo that. Okay. Undo that. It still really looks really bad. See, the thing is, I am not an artist. Like, I am doing the cookie cutter kind of, not cookie cutter, but like poor quality art here. That's better. That works. Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, this one we're gonna do like a... Undo that. Walking makes this really hard. That's better. Okay, and then 3, we're just going to do a... We'll just do a... like a single... There we go. Those are waves. Okay. File. Export. Put these in environment. Wave 01. .png. Save that. Okay. File. Export. Wave 02. Save. Okay. File. Export. This will be Wave 03. Save. Okie dokie. Smoky choky bokey. Do they exist? Let's open up our environment. We have 3 waves. Very good. I can close this now, I think. No, no. Okay, I need to select, we can unlock that. Select all 3 of these. Change these to 64. And max size 64. Apply all that. So that they don't take up too much space. And what I want to do is, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to create a set, basically what I think I want to do is we're going to set this up so that there are tileable ocean bits that I can play with a bit. So the island, these 2 parts we're going to put these together. We're going to create a prefab. I'm sorry, we're just going to create an empty game object. We're going to call this... Actually, no. Delete that. Yeah, we'll just rename the one that has all of the important stuff on it. We'll just rename that to Island. And we'll take this one that just has the noise on it to Island Noise. We'll have that on there. And the bounds I'm not going to have on the island itself. But yeah, I can add this to as a prefab to the environment. Because now, if I want to change the shape of the map, I can take one of these islands, prefabs, and just, okay, there we go. We have a new landmass. We'll change this to 15 by 15. There you go. Now we have a new landmass that the player can build stuff on. I don't have a way to move stuff from one side to the other, but, you know. Delete that. I'm going to keep the airport, but we're not going to have that in here. Yeah, the airport is going to be an important part of gameplay. It's not going to be important to the leveling system that we're going to be working on soon. So, yeah, we'll just kick that out. And we want to rebuild our ocean system because, yeah, right now it's just sort of a kind of a gray, bluish thing. I kind of wanted to sort of just use some purlin noise to just sort of create sort of the shape of, you know, what the ocean would just basically break up the monotony of a flat blue plane. What do we have? We have, yeah, this is just the random noise with a thing on it. So we're just going to create a new item here. And we're just going to call this ocean. It's going to have a sprite renderer on it. That sprite is just going to be a basic square, PS4 square. What? Oh, I have to go hunting now to try and find out where the heck I put the squares in. Because I have squares. I have squares. It's somewhere in 2D. Oh, here we go. And I don't know why it won't just show it to me. Because we have it. Ooh, that's a feature that I'd like Unity to add. We have assets. We have scene. Have a resources tab here too. If I could request one thing, it would be that. Just so we can take access sort of the, or packages. Just so we can access those separately from our installed assets. Okay. So, environment. We have an ocean. It is a square. It is a blue square. We're going to make this 25 by 25. I don't know if I want it to be that level of blue. Here, we're going to put one of the things of waves on top of it. We'll make that minus 15. And we'll just move the whole thing over. Yeah, minus 15, that's on there. These waves, we're going to turn them off for now while we work on this. Why is this not visible now? I have waves set to minus 12. This is set to minus 15. Hold on, the islands. Minus 9 and minus... So the noise is minus 9. That's minus 10. Minus 15, minus... Okay, so this should be visible now. That's weird. That is very odd. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Okay, it was missing. That's fine. Yeah, we're going to change this to more of a oceany color, and we're going to make it much less visible, so it's just barely, just enough to sort of break the monotony of it, so that when you're moving the camera over it, you can be like, okay, camera is moving. And then the ocean, we're going to need our spawn grass, and we're going to do two things here. First, we're going to get the grass prefab. What? Do we not have a... We have a grass prefab in here. Why is it not detecting? Yeah, there it is, right there. And I'm going to change the name of this from spawn grass to spawn... what would be a good name for this? Because it is used to spawn grass, yes, but I'm using the exact same thing to also spawn in you know, waves, and there might come a point where I want to add rocks or trees or, spawn environment. Element prefab. Renaming a serialized field can break existing serialized data. Oh, yeah, no, I wasn't supposed to add that. Also, we want to remember that selection. I fucking hate the serialized item. I don't know why, but it just always ticks me off when it adds it. Grass sprites. I think that's slightly better wording rather than just grass, because we are going to be using this for waves. So, okay. So we have our ocean tile. Yeah, we're still going to add our grass to it, but I think we're going to rename this to environment element. Okay. Really? It doesn't think we have any prefabs with a sprite renderer on it? Unity is... I like Unity. It's useful, but there are some things it does that just really tick me off. I gotta say. Okay, I think I saved these directly into here. So we're just gonna lock this down, grab our 3 waves, drop them in there. We have 3 waves. Okay. Oh, did I turn off? I did not. I do not want these to generate physics. That's not the reason why they exist. Okay. File, save, and we're going to hit play. Unassigned reference exception. The variable element prefab of spawn environment has not been assigned. Really? Hold on. Oh, did I not do it on island? No, I did not. Okay. I need to do this on the prefab, though, so that it just happens to everything. Okay, island. Environment elements. Oh, right, I have to redo all of these. Okay. Art, environment. Oh, shoot. Shoot, 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 shoot. Okay, we're going to lock the island, get our grass. It is a pain in the neck to be walking on the treadmill while also moving the mouse around. Okay, so that one is good. Does that mean the island is good? Yes. No, hold on. Yes, it does. Okay. Now the ocean. You also have the... Okay, good. We have everything we need. Save. Play. Cool. That has that. I don't see anything on the island, but we did only spawn 10. Let's change this to 100. You know what? I'm actually wondering, did we make it the same color as the ocean? Because they're supposed to be slightly off from each other. I don't see anything. This is odd. Hold on, let's spawn it in. Go to our scene view. We didn't spawn them as children of them, so... Okay, so the first ones to spawn were all there. Why did we not... Hold on. Ocean. Okay, so we are spawning 100 environment elements. We have 3 possible options for them, which are all those 3 wave types. Is there anything odd about the waves that I didn't set before? Compared to the grass? No, settings are exactly the same. So why are we having trouble here? They're the same size as the island. Maybe it's the layer? That is at -15 and -12. So that's going to be below whatever the wave ends up being at. Because the environment element is at -8. So so basically the way that the sprite renderer works is you can add a layers to it. The lower the layer, the lower layer things will spawn below higher layer things. So if I put one object at -15 and the other object at -8, the -15 item is going to be shown on the screen first, or is going to be drawn first, and then the -8 is going to be drawn on top of it. So these should all be spawning in. But for some reason, they're not spawning in at all. I mean, this ocean should just have this on it and should just automatically spawn 100. We're going to take the island and we're going to change this to 1. So it just spawns the 1 in. File. Save. Play. Okay, cool. Let's spawn those in. Where did it... Oh, wait a minute. Wrong object. Okay. I didn't see that before because the island that it was spawning, that I was spawning the grass on, was at 0, 0. So we need to fix this. Destroy objects controller. Don't need that. Place ghost, fill need, card reader. Where is the spawn environment? Okay, so we need to do trans.position plus that position. Okay. Let's try that again. I noticed there was something weird going on with the island at the time, but I didn't know if it was like some sort of error with the grass that I was going to have to look at later on or what. But yeah, okay, let's try that again. Yay! Waves are spawning on the ocean. Okay. Now I need to... couple of things. One is going to be, I want the waves to be bigger. So we're going to take our ocean here. Actually, what if we just took the waves and like made them bigger? You know, like the elements here, because these are set at 64 pixels per unit. If we set these to 32 pixels per unit and applied that, and then hit play again, there we go. Waves are bigger now. Okay. Let's take our ocean, make it blue. That's a blue, I guess. For now, you can kind of see the waves on it, I guess. It's not a perfect blue, but it is a blue. Let's just make sure that we have this guy and all of the other ones attached. Oh, island bounds. We have a tag here that is called bounds. Now, basically, when an element hits the bounds, when it hits the edge of the game, it self-destructs. That is just a basic necessity of how the game works, so that people don't, if someone accidentally leaves the island, they don't just go wandering in a straight line forever, because that's the way this game works. Is it's sort of a town builder crossed with a factory builder. And yes, units people and resources that will only travel in a straight line, and will travel in a straight line forever. So, yes, we need some way to keep it so that things that enter the ocean do not just go on forever and take up memory while someone is playing the game. We need some way to destroy them. So, yeah, we need to take our ocean, change it to a bounds, and we add a box collider 2D. That takes up the entirety of the form, which is exactly what we needed it to do. So now I can delete all of these, delete the island bounds. That's not a necessary thing anymore. We'll add the ocean to our environment prefabs. And we can add in 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 3 on the bottom. I'm going to put these in specific places after this. Can I put this to 25? Does that... Oh, yeah, right, because they're all basically the same size. Okay. All of you in the environment. Okay, 25. That one is going to be 0 and 25. This one is going to be 25, 25. This one is going to be minus 25, 25. Just sort of moving all these guys to their proper place. 0. 25 minus 25. 0 minus 25 and minus 25 minus 25. Perfect. Let's see how this looks in game. Okay, cool. We have some waves spawning. Why can I only move a tiny bit, though? I'm a little... Okay, hold on. Okay, so something is going on with the movement system for the camera. We'll have to fix that next. First, let's go to our island, and we're going to add 250 of those, and all of our oceans, we're just going to do 50 each. Okay. Oh, dear God. Okay, we need to change this. Yeah, look at this. Look at this list of all of the things that just spawned in. Wow, that's going to need to be fixed. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to take our script and... Okay. Newgrass.transform parent. Oh, set parent. Yeah, we're going to set that to trans. Okay, so now their parent is just going to be the object that spawned them, which is, I think, a fairly simple way of handling this. I don't think that's going to... I'm hoping that doesn't change their spawn location, because... Hit play. Okay, cool. Yeah, but now you can see, yeah, now it's a lot less material just randomly floating around on the screen. The next part is going to be figuring out what the heck is going on with the camera. Because why is it just not letting me go anywhere? Hold on. This is going to be on the main camera directly. Move camera. Yeah, I'll move that to controls. Max movement equals background.localscale.x divided by 2. We have an item here that is the background. What I think I should do... Okay, this might require a rewrite for how this works, because... yeah. We have the camera move around within a set bound. I think I might want to set the maximum location you can move around in directly. That might be a better way to handle this. Wait, what is that? What is set as the background? Oh, the island noise. Hold on. Yeah, because so far it's just a square island, but that's not a guarantee. Wait, what just happened? Did I just... Oh, I moved the parent. Okay. The environment to the camera. That was iffy. Yeah, main camera. We'll have the island be the transform. For now, that's just going to have to work. Yeah, there we go. Now we can move the full distance around it, check it out, see what's going on around us. There's a little bit of overlap, but I don't mind that between the waves and the grass on the very, very edge. But that's okay. That works fine. How are our stats looking? Pretty good. We'll turn on VSync so we don't waste computer resources. I like using my computer in the winter because it basically turns into a heater, which is great for a small basement because this place gets absolutely freezing in the winter. Summer, I don't like it for that. I'd prefer it didn't do that. You know? Okay, so my list, my to-do list. Ground art, I am going to consider that done for now. The other thing is levels. I need a way for people to learn how to play the game. I have gotten one playtest done so far, one person that gave me actual useful feedback. Part of that feedback was your gameplay is good. It seems like a game with a lot of promise, but I have no idea what to do. I have no idea what's going on. So yeah, we need a tutorial. We need something to tell people, hey, this is how you play the game. So I think we're going to create multiple scenes, and we're going to have a... Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to have a way for the player starting the game to start in a main menu scene, and then when they get a list of buttons that is each level that's available to them. And I'm thinking 10 levels will be more than enough. I don't know how many levels... Well, let's think about this. Introduction to dudes as a concept. Introduction to buildings as a concept. And fulfilling dude needs. Water, food, amusements, clothing. And then at some point we're going to need a level to introduce special cards. At some point we're going to need to introduce value, money as a concept. And after that, an open level where you can do whatever the heck you want with like a really, really big goal. Okay. Yeah, 9, and if we need a 10th, we can add a 10th in there just to round it out. Okay. So let's do a main menu. Scenes. Create. We need to create a scene. Where the heck is the scene? Scene. Scene. Main menu. Cool. We got an empty block. Okay, what I think I want to do with this scene is create a basic model of the game with just an immigration stations around the area. So we just have our camera. We're going to add in our island. Let's see. Prefabs. Island. Okay, cool. We'll just have that at 0, 0. Save that. Okay. We're going to have this one spawn... Yeah, we'll spawn 250. I was thinking about adding a feature where when a unit or when a dude or a resource runs into grass, the grass gets destroyed. But I also want the grass to be static so it doesn't take up as many resources. So I don't think I'm going to do that. So yeah, we have our island. Cool. What is this going to look like in-game? It's going to look like that. We need to create a text item that's going to be the title of the game. Whoa, why is my mouse suddenly moving really, really slow? Did I hit like a key? I think I hit a key combo that just makes my mouse move really, really slow. I think. Oh, I don't like this. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Tech support, emergency. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. Windows 10. I'm going to upgrade to 11 at some point soon, because I've been told it's not as bad as Reddit tells me. Windows 10. Moving slow. Okay. Cool. Okay, we have options here. Looks like this is welcome to the Microsoft community. I'd be happy to help you today. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, search bar and type mouse. God, I have to like move my mouse so much. Mouse settings. Okay. Click additional mouse options. Additional mouse options. Click on pointer options. And turn off enhance pointer precision. Click apply. That did not help. Why did my mouse suddenly get really slow? Check if the cursor speed has not become faster. Okay, we're just gonna increase the speed to the max. That's still not where it was. This is weird. Did something change? Did I hit a key thing or something? I know I have a... Hold on, SteelSeries. No, not GG. Settings. Did I like hit a... Oh my god. Oh my god. There's a button on here to slow down your mouse. There's a button on my mouse to do that. Why is that a thing? Okay, we're just going to lower that back down. There we go. That's where I was before. Okay. Crisis caused by me and by my lack of knowledge on how my technology works, and crisis averted, I guess. Kind of. Sort of. Okay. Where were we? Oh yeah, title. The game is Town Line. That is the name of the game. We're going to have this be a feature that stretches to fit the top portion of the game. So we're going to make this a thing that is malleable, that can change. Yeah, the X, we want it to... It's okay if it takes up the whole screen. How do we want to do this? Do we want it to be this big top centerpiece, or do we want it to be offset? You know what? We're going to have it be offset. 0 and 0.5. 0, 0. We want this to be centered in both. And we want to auto size it between 0, hold on, and 10,000. So it can be small, it can be giant, doesn't matter. And this is going to be on the top half corner, third point 75 0 0. Yeah, top corner, sure. And I have been using the built-in bangers script for this with an outline. Drop shadow. Ooh, I kind of like the drop shadow. Okay, cool. All right, and I also want to add, we're going to go back to the scene view. I'm going to add a couple of immigration stations. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see, direction is going to be right for all of these. Do I need to move that triangle at all? I don't think I do. And we're going to do 4 more of these. Move them up here above the screen. And we're going to have these here, 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 and here. I should standardize where these are. Yeah, these are all going to be at, hold on, 7, 6, 5, and 4. Y is going to be 12.5. So they're all at a set height. And this one is going to be at -5, actually -6. -6. 6. We're going to have these all be sort of set. -2. 2. There we go. Now they're all like sort of a set distance from each other. I don't like how this is all weirdly established, though, so we're just going to move all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. You guys are all going to be at 12, no, -12.5. You're all going to point to the right. We're just going to see how that looks for now. So these should all start spawning characters in. And they should start appearing on the screen in a second. In theory. Okay, cool. They are. Why is the top... Oh, wait a minute. Nope, nope, nope. I know why. I know why. Because I copied instead of... Yeah, so they should all need to be facing down. Save. Play. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to modify this. I'm going to change this up a little bit. There we go. All right, I kind of like the look of that. Now they're set to only spawn a certain amount of dudes in. They're set to keep track of how many dudes spawn in the game and only spawn a certain amount. Why did that happen? That was weird. Never mind. That doesn't matter for now. But yeah. Cool. We're spawning in dudes. Now, can I change these immigration stations so that these upper ones do not spawn dudes? None of them want to take on any other prefabs. Okay, hold on. Prefabs. Yeah, we're going to have some resources on here. We're going to do some... Okay, we definitely need to do the cow. The cow is an absolute necessity, but we're going to have the cow be over here. Okay, cool. So we have a cow. Let's just make sure that actually functions without throwing up a million errors. Yep, we get an error. What's this? Okay. Right, because we're setting their need values. I want to be able to spawn stuff other than just dudes from this. So we're going to change this to if new dudes dot try get component instead of just a regular get component. And we're going to go out needs. We can get rid of that. So now we can put this inside of there. Invert if to reduce nesting. I don't want to reduce nesting on this. So now what's going to happen is it's going to check to try and get that component. If it fails to get that component, it's just going to skip all of that. Very good. That should work. And we should see a cow go down the screen. Play. Huge number of them. Wow, what is this? Line 57. Var new dude equals resource pool instant poll pool item. Dude sprites, dude prefab. Do we have... Oh, that's right. We don't have the... We're just going to collapse those. Okay, so these happen a lot. Okay, so we need to have our pool here. Did I save that as a prefab, or is that just something that I stored on a... I think it's something I just stored on an object. Pool, add component, resource pool. I'll just stick that at 0, 0. File, save, play. Okay, any giant errors popping up? No. We have a cow. We have a cow moving across the screen. Heck yeah. Okay. We need more stuff though. Let's see. So that was 5. Why was 5 over there? Never mind. Okay. We're not going to spawn the dude this time. We are going to spawn something else, something better. How about... Ooh, gems. Cut gems. Let's see. Then we want this immigration station. This one is going to spawn something else. Let's do... medicine? Uncut gems. Oh, let's do water. Let's do one with water, and we'll do one of bread. Yeah, we'll do clothes. We'll do clothes. We'll spawn some clothes in. Save that. And I think I want to do some on the bottom and some on the side so that they sort of like, you know, travel through each other as sort of a mesh. It is 10 minutes away from my first break, I think. It's kind of weird to me, though. Like, on occasion, they don't quite mesh perfectly. Okay, cool. We're going to have Control D. Let's move all of these to the end here. We're going to move all of them at once. Over here, and we're going to move them down a bit, and we're going to change their direction from right to left. Okay, this guy, why the heck do we have that? And then we're going to take this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. Control D. Move these all down here, and then move them all down here and to the right a bit. And these are all going to be facing up. Let's just make sure it works. All right, yeah, that looks pretty cool. Let's change these to other resources, though. Let's have each one be... These three are all going to be dudes. Yeah, so we have clothes, cow, water, cut gems. We'll leave those three as dudes. These ones we're going to do... it still doesn't let us... That is very weird that it changed to not do that. Let's do bread, grain, metal, and wool. Okay, file, save, play. Yeah, there we go. All right. Now we have all of that set up. I'm going to put these in a separate item here. Here, let's just add a new empty object, and we're just going to call this background elements. Yeah. That's going to be the immigration station and the islands. Oh, you know what we need too? We need oceans now because yeah, we're not spawning anything in here. We're not despawning anything when it gets to the edge of the island. So we need environment, ocean. Glad I thought of that. We just need these on the... No, not island, ocean. We do not need... Did you run out again? The treadmill that I have has a timer on it that tells you how long you walked for, but it's only in minutes. And once it hits 99, instead of changing, it just shuts down. So, okay. 0, minus 25. 0, minus 25. This will cause the characters to despawn. 25. 0. 0. 25. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So now characters will, when they hit those, despawn. I don't believe we have anything on the camera, so the camera's not going to move. Actually, because of that, what? Oh, hold on a moment. Do I need to manually rotate the spawn point on here? Do I not have something on here that automatically does that? What happens at the start? So we get our sprite, and we go straight to the update. Okay. Okay. So that means everything is instantly despawning. That's why there are so many spawning from the top, because that was the only one. Okay, so that's going to be 1, 0, 270. Okay, so it's good to know I have to manually set those. 4 to 7. You guys are A-okay. 8 to... Wait, did I... Oh, I did. That's weird. Okay. Did not mean to do that, but that's okay. Okay. Yeah, this is technically the spawn point, so -1, 0, and 90. This is all just visual fluff. Doesn't really have anything to do with anything actually spawning in the game. And 1. Okay. File, save, play. Okay, cool. It's going to spawn a bunch of stuff in. A bunch of people going to move around. I don't have any music or anything. What? Why did that stop? I think something is going weird, like with our systems, because this doesn't normally work this way. It's been basically perfect the entire time I've been using it, and now just suddenly it's having some issues. So I don't know exactly what the issue is here. Okay, I think we're gonna turn that off. Music. We need some kind of sound. This game has, at this point, 0 sound effects. There is no noise whatsoever. Nothing happens. I want to add some kind of little bit of soundtrack to the opening menu, though. Oh yeah, add the oceans to our background elements. And I'm also going to... The oceans don't need any of this, so delete those. And the oceans also do not need the spawn element or the sprite renderer, because they are not being shown at all. So we're just going to get rid of all that. Actually, come to think of it, these immigration stations, these don't need sprite renderers either, because they're just here to spawn objects. I don't think they need a box collider either. I'm just going to try and make it so that this runs as smoothly as possible. So we're just going to take all the triangles in the game and remove their sprite renderers too, so that nothing that is not on screen immediately, let's just check to make sure there are no errors. Dudes are spawning, moving across the map, running into stuff. Yeah, I don't understand why that one piece of metal stops and it has an issue with moving. Okay. Yeah, we have that. Let's add a audio source. I think we have an audio listener on the camera. Let's see. This is a 2D spatial blend. I don't have any kind of, yeah, we're going to play it on awake. We're going to loop it. I don't think I have a sound that I particularly want to use. Let's see. What do we actually have for sounds? What sound effects do we have access to? We're at the point where I'm supposed to be taking my break right now, because I'm supposed to take a 15-minute break every couple hours and then a half-hour lunch break, but I kind of want to get some kind of sound in here. Let's see. I think I stored all of my sounds in the videos file. Music, audio, apocalypse survival game, background music, Christmas music, classical music, text-to-speech, background music. That kind of has sort of a small town, busy street kind of a feel to it. What else do we have? Nah. I mean, I do call everyone dudes, so I don't know if the surfer vibe really works for drawings that I have for it. Audio source. Yeah, we're just gonna... Yeah, we'll use this one. Minimize that. We need to create a whole new folder in art. Okay, audio source, audio, Blue Ribbons. Blue Ribbons by Track Tribe. This is basically glorified elevator music. I don't hate it. Yeah, I feel like that fits. Now what? I'm going to take my break, and then we're going to add buttons to unlock levels and play the game itself, and maybe a couple options, sliders or something. So, yeah, where is... I have a visual thing I built when I was learning Unity dots and ECS, which I definitely still have. Unity builds, dot game, the final. I should track this to a button on the Stream Deck. I'm going to do that. Yeah, so I just need to add some color to the list. We'll just do 2, sure. Okay. Tab key to turn those off. Play some music. And I will be right back. Yeah, I just need to take a break to relax my voice, pee, all that happy bullshit. So, yeah. See you back in 15. I had one viewer, and they disappeared on me. So sad. So very sad. How do I do this again? Oh, yeah. Right click. Die, blue. I can draw a little heart. Fun. Okay. Back to this. Yeah, I need to... I'm going to... At some point, I want to rewrite that so that it automatically starts with a couple randomly chosen colors, like between 2 and 10, and just have it spawn in and start, you know, doing the thing. Okay, we need buttons. Yes. Let's see. 2D object. I want UI. Button. Okay, what are you gonna be, button? Start new game. Level 1. Button. We're just going to have that have a 1 in it. And I think what we're going to do is we're just going to have level 2 button. Level 3 button. I just want these organized. Level 7 button. Level 8 button. A level 9 button. And a level 10 button. Okay. Now, we're going to put all of these on a line that lines up with the town line opening title here. So, our anchors are going to be at 0 and 0.5, same as that. Oh no, these are going to be giant buttons. You know what? That's okay. That is okay. 0.75. Okay, so the bottom of this, the top of this is going to be 0.75. The bottom of this is going to be, so we need to remove 0.75 minus 0.075, I think. 0, 0. Yes. 0.675. 0.675 minus 0.075. 0, 0. Huh? So where is it? Oh, I set that to minus. Whoops. There we go. That was going to say 2. So we need 10 to fit in here. You know what? Actually, we're going to be much better off doing this a different way. It's going to be a little bit easier to do it this way. Basically, we're just going to create a panel. We're just going to let the panel do the math. So 0, 0.5, 0 to 0.75. That way we can just adjust all of this. Put all of those in there. Okay. So level 1 is going to be 0.9 to 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. Come on, 0. There we go. And 1. So 0, 2. 0.8 to 0.9. 0.7 to 0.8 and 1. And that one we need to say 3. We're just going to do this for all of these. 0.6 to 0.7. What? Oh. Now it's going to say 4. And we just need to do these all the way down. Uh, 0.5 to 0.6. Call that level 5. Actually, here, we're just going to take all of these and 1, 0. Just so I don't have to do that anymore. Okay, 0.5, 0.6, 0.4, 0.5. Point 3, 0.4. What? Oh, hold on. Nope, never mind. Okay, 8. Add the 8 text there. Zero. No, hold on. Okay, 0.2 and 0.3. 0.1 and 0.2. And lastly, level, okay, 9 needs to actually be called 9. And 10 we need to call special. Okay. So level 10 is going to be 0 and 0.1. So 0, 0. All right, now we need to change a couple things about these. First is going to be change all of the text to that standard that we all know and love, that weird little Okay. Auto size the font between 0 and 1,000. And we're all going to use bangers. Very good. That's what we wanted. Now we're just going to take our panel and we're going to change the size of that. We're going to that to the level panel. And instead of, actually, no, we might just change the levels themselves, the buttons themselves. Because I'm thinking, I don't think I want it to be this large. So I think we're going to do 0.1 and 0.4. That should shrink it in both directions a bit. And we're going to remove the image from the canvas so we don't have to see that. And we're going to take all of these levels and we're going to make them take all the buttons and just make them less visible. In fact, actually, could we take each of these, remove the image from them, and then add a new image that just fits over it? That might be a better idea. Take all these buttons. We're going to okay, so I don't think we can just like that. But what I think we can do, I'm trying to think about this. How do I want this to work? I want to use these images. You know, I might just use these images as the buttons. Let's see. Yeah, we're just going to take each of these and change it a little, just a little bit. Let's take the level panel and do 0.2, 0.3. And add 10 to the bottom and 10 to the top. Okay. Level 1 is going to be the dude level. Yeah. Maybe we can take the text and move it over a little bit. Two will be houses, 3 will be water, 4 will be bread. After that, I'm guessing, clothes. we're not going to call this the special level. We're going to call this never ending. I suppose we could, once we get all of these basic levels done, yeah. So the level 1 button, we're going to create a change scene button. We're going to put that under UI. Save. All right, let's get a reference to our button. This is going to be a private reference just to avoid having too much going on the screen at once. Okay, so we're going to have our button, our above the, yeah, we just want to set the scene. Serialize private. Type in name Unity editor. Scene asset is used to reference scene objects in the editor. All right. And then on awake, we're going to get a button component. On enable, we're just going to add a listener to the click. Add a listener. And that listener is going to be called, let's get rid of the update here. Change scene. Okay, and we're going to add our listener change scene there. And on, when we disable this, we're just going to remove the reference to that button. I can actually simplify this a bunch by using lambda expressions, so may as well. Okay. So when this element is first, or when this object is first added to the game at the start or any other time, we get a reference to our button, and then we add a listener to the button that runs the change scene script whenever this happens to run. So what we need to do is get our scene manager. We are going to load let's see, I think it's actually do we not have a built-in script to get the okay, maybe scene asset is the wrong value here. Hold on. Okay, so that's just stored as a scene. So can I just get a scene? Scene. What? Okay, hold on. Maybe I just need to get the build indexes of each of the scenes and do them individually. Okay, so scene management.scene. It's a struct in namespace core module. Okay. I think this is mostly just because this is something I have not done in a while, but I need to look up exactly how to scene manager, load scene. Oh, this is from 2017. I think they've updated it since then. Some of the methods from back then are, I think, deprecated. So I'm just gonna copy this because I usually try to use Ecosia because they plant trees. Let's see. So we're just gonna use Google. I don't need 1,000,001 YouTube videos on the topic. I just need something from the past year. Okay. On GUI. I never learned GUI. Never learned how to make editor scene manager dot. Okay, no, this is might not be what I'm looking for. Okay, I might want. Try to avoid doing things by string comparisons, but I mean, if that's the way that Unity wants you to do things, then yeah, just do it that way, I guess. I assume this is going to work. We'll find out though. Save that. Go back to Unity. Wait for it to recompile the domain, or reload the domain and compile the scripts. Okay. This is all material inside of Unity that is having issues. Hopefully it doesn't affect the game at all. Okay, scene asset. We are going to load the sample scene. Okay. That is attached to button number 1. Save that. Hit play. Cool. Okay. Yeah, let's reload the sample scene and make sure everything is actually turned on. Sample scene. Oh yeah, card canvas. Call is... Oh, right. Yeah, that warning. I want to get rid of that warning. I want to turn it off. I don't like it. Cool. Everyone is getting well rested. Okay, cool. Yay, he got water. I would love to just kill that. Kill that warning. Okay. Yeah, we still don't have any sound effects or anything here, so we can turn that off. I want to open up my main menu scene again. I don't know what exactly it is we're going to do. I think we're going to have the first 10 levels be learning scenes, and then have the later levels... Maybe we'll do like 10 learning levels and then 10 challenge levels. I'm thinking so. Okay, yeah. Let's see. Cheap viewers on Streamboo. I don't want cheap viewers. I want high-quality viewers. Hold on. Let me just ban this individual. Delete the message. Oh, I should have banned the individual. Oh, well. Did what we could. Okay. I might stop the stream at 1:30. I don't know. I'm at the point where it's like, okay, What do I want to do next? No. No, not going to do that. Not going to do that. Not going to do that. I think it might partly because I've just been walking this entire time and my legs are like jelly right now. Okay, we need to create a new scene. Create a new... You know what? Can we create a... scene template from scene? Ooh, we can. Okay. I believe... create a new scene. I don't remember exactly how to do this. I know that there is a way to create sort of a template for what you want a scene to be, and then yeah. Okay, so I think this is how this works. You just create a scene template. Okay, never mind. Delete that. So sample scene. We're gonna delete that template. Okay, scene. We're gonna create a new scene and call this level 1 scene. Let's open that up. Now we're gonna add an island. The camera is not going to be movable in this, so we're just going to leave that there. 0, 0. Save that. How do we want this? How do we want the tutorial to work? I'm thinking we have a dude go on screen, stop in the middle, and yeah, we're gonna remove the movement component and make a unique movement component specifically for the dude. So we need a dude in the scene right there at 0, -12. Movement. Yeah, we still need his needs. We still need the whole UI from the sample scene too, so. Okay. Template level. Okay, we're just going to delete level 1. Delete that. And we're going to rename template level to 000 template level. That way it goes all the way to the top. Okay. Control C. Okay, so Control D does work. We're going to need to rename that to Level 1. Dudes. Okay. So this one, we are going to turn off the card canvas in total. The main camera is not going to be able to move. Global light. I didn't know we had global light. The top canvas we want to keep. The options menu we're going to turn off. And environment is just going to be, yeah, it's the island and the oceans around us. But I think this camera is going to be zoomed in. Instead of 5, instead of 10, it's going to be 5. We are also not going to need the immigration station or the building ghost. You know what? We're going to leave the immigration station up there. But instead, we're going to put it over here. Okay, so 0, minus 12. And we also need to make sure we set the triangle to an x of 1, y of 0. $270, so it faces that way. I might write a script just so that that automatically happens when you turn it on. Okay. 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 0. 20. 40. 60. 80. Save that. All right, we're going to hit play, make sure it works. Let's also change the, let's see, top canvas, oh, the stat box, panel, the total stat block, yeah, we want to take all of these and make sure that they are all have a starting value of 0. What the? Oh, right. No, they're all going down. Okay, hold on. Immigration station. We are going to the right. Save. Okay. Oh, yes. So these are dudes. They are visiting your island. Okay, so now we need some kind of, hold on. Top canvas, options panel. Let's turn that off. Does that still turn on when I hit the, oh, I don't have the button. That's fine. Yeah, we need a separate canvas for our, tutorial. I need events to tell me when a thing has happened in this tutorial. So yeah. I think I'm just going to attach something to the mouse that does the same thing as what we had before, because or maybe that was directly on the stat box. Yeah, check under mouse. Okay. So when if we don't hit anything, it needs is set to null and we return. Okay. Yeah, that's about running about the way I expect it to. Yeah, we're just going to have a serialized field, private bool. Play tutorial event, and then we're just going to have a public static event action. Tutorial event. We're going to do system actions. I prefer system actions. I feel like they're just slightly easier to handle. But yeah, tutorial events, invoke. Okay, and now we're going to need a tutorial controller. Actually, let's have enums here. Enum. Yeah, tutorial event enums. I really like, for AI, I really like the single line. None. What do we want for events? We want mouse over dude, and we'll figure out the rest of them as we go on. Let's put this in its own little box here. Okay, fill need, place ghost, spawn environment. That's all good. The card raiser works as expected. Moving the camera works. Immigrating works. Changing the scene button works. Check under mouse. Okay. I think this does what we want it to, which is checking under the mouse. Yeah. And then it runs that tutorial event. Do we want... I think I'm going to make a separate script for this. Class tutorial events. Yeah, we're going to have that. Public static event, but we're also going to take in a tutorial event enum and invoke that. This action is going to actually have a enum attached to it. Okay. So that way, if we have an event that takes place that we want to keep track of, then we will use this to keep track of that. So we just need to move that into its own script. An error occurred during the requested operation, possibly due to unsaved or external modifications. Refreshing solution in Unity Editor. Hold on. Okay, where is tutorial events? Right there. And I think I'm going to have the enum be built into this. So it's not its own separate item. Uh-oh, are we running into some kind of bug? The namespace controls already contains a definition for tutorial event enum. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna delete that. It's nice having them all in the same place. Okay, so we have our tutorial event. We have a script to raise that event, meaning we're going to call the tutorial event invoke with that enum that we are setting for it. So now, when I check under the mouse, we do not need a thing here. What we need is a if if play tutorial event, then tutorial events. Yeah, right there. We go to our tutorial events, we raise our tutorial event enum mouse over dude. Okay, cool. So now we have all of that handled by a separate thing. We don't need to think about that here. Actually, I think I want to make this public and have its initial value be false. Basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change it in this specific instance to be it's going to stay false until the moment comes along where I want it to be true. Right. Okay. Now, okay, I think we're just going to delete all of these. I think it'll run fine without them. I think it just spawns guys. Yeah. Okay, that's all we need it to do. Okay. What next? What else do we need? Do we need oceans? We need one ocean. That's going to be this one right here. Okay. The rest of these are unnecessary because guys are going that way and then dying. So, yeah. Save. Okay. Hokely dokely bokely smokely jokely hokely bokely. Okay. Now I need my tutorial text. And I need a way to open and close it. So we're going to go to the game. Yeah, we're just going to add a... You know what? We're going to need an event already. Yeah. Create an empty object. We're going to add a box collider 2D. That box collider 2D is going to be a trigger. Scene. And I need this to go here. And rename it to dude trigger. Okay, so the way this is going to work is trigger tutorial. Create that. Oh, we're going to need a separate thing for tutorial items now because we're creating stuff for it. So what even is this? Okay, this is all editor problems. Not a huge fan of that. Okay, so on trigger enter 2D. Okay, so our dude is entering the trigger. I don't think I need to check to see what it is that we're colliding with. I think it's just there is a trigger here. So what we're gonna do is when the trigger is hit, we're going to do a thing. And that thing is going to be tutorial events dot raise tutorial events event enum dot trigger walk over. Okay, I am going to be using this later on. So, okay, so that should call up an event. And then we're going to have our tutorial canvas. That will call an event. And then on our tutorial canvas, I am very nervous about whatever the heck this is. Unity's got some stuff going on here. Okay, so we're going to create our first text bit. And this is going to say, this is a dude. This is a dude. And it's going to say it in our bangers texts. We're going to say in black. And this is going to be at 0.5. Cool. Get that over there. And it's going to be at 0.6, 0.7, 0, 0. Center it. All right, how do I want to do this? I think I'm just going to have a list I'm basically just going to be creating a... Okay, hold on. I'm going to stop the treadmill now. It went well, but my knee is absolutely killing me from walking so much on it. So we're just going to do this quickly. Move this out the way. It is very good that I'm able to do this long term, but yeah. I need to... I think there's going to come a point where we're going to start doing some knee exercises. Okay, this is going to be the tutorial controller. Create and add. We're going to create a separate scripts item here for okay, save that there, please. Thank you. And again, with this weird thing going on here, I know there's a way that you can reset your game, which I might have to do at some point. Okay. So we have our tutorial events. That is going into the tutorials folder. I think that's it for now. Okay. Now what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have a serializable class. Okay. We're going to get rid of these for now. And what I want to do is... So we're going to have a list. Not a list, an array. Serialized field, private, tutorial steps. Very good. We can fill that in as we go. And basically, we're going to have on this a step checker. So tutorial step is going to have a public value. That is going to be called... Actually... Okay, so we didn't need anything extra on these. We just needed them to be public. Okay, these are my serializable items that I use to organize stuff in lists. Let's think about this for 1 second. So we have our tutorial step. Public game objects. Actually, we'll have this be a... No, this is going to have to be a game object. Step items and text. And that is going to be a collection. And then we need a public events. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to have a list of all of our steps, And as we go through them, we will pass through the different steps. So on awake, steps 0 dot actually we're going to do a for each loop of 0. Go through each of those items. Dot set active. We're going to set that to true. And then we're going to do a for loop of steps.length. We're going to start I at 1 instead of 0 because we're already setting 0 in that one. And then we'll do a for each of basically the same thing. And texts. Items dot okay, so first we're going to turn on first element of tutorial. Turn on the first element of the tutorial, and then all other elements are turned off. Okay, cool. I'm going to make this a separate. Void. We'll just call it activate first step. Okay. Okay, so first step of the tutorial turned on. Second step of the tutorial. Second step is going to be to listen to the tutorial events dot get event and check. Okay, and then on disable minus equal to okay. If tutorial events we need to also know what our current active event is. So private and current active event. equals 0. Okay, so we have our is assigned, but its value is never used. If tutorial event is not equal to yeah, so basically we're just going to check if the events to start the next part of the tutorial has happened. Matches the current step. Wait a minute, no. Yes. See, here's the thing. Okay, I know we want to... Do we want to have an instruction and then an event to move on to the next? Or do we want an event to start an instruction? My thought is we perform an event to start an instruction. No, other way around, because this is a tutorial, so we need to tell someone to do something, and then when they do it, there is a result. Yeah, so if a tutorial event is not equal to the event of the current active event, return. But I also want to have the I think I'm going to have the event activate the tutorial piece. I mean, it's just going to be a case of organizing it. So +1. So if they're not equal, we don't do anything. If they are equal, what do we do? What happens? What happens if they are equal? If they are equal, then we are going to start the next event. Hold on. So we get the event dot. Okay, so we're going to get all of those. Turn all of those off. And then oh, thank you very much for the follow, whoever did that. Rebecca Jewell, thank you very much. Let's see. So It's weird because there's this, like, sort of philosophical question of what do I want to happen first? It's not really philosophical, is it? Anyway, I need things to turn on at certain times caused by certain events. Clicking a button, things like that. Yeah, I think I'm just going to keep it the way I have it right now. So yeah, that one turns everything off. Then active event plus plus. So we're going to go forward an event. I should have just moved that, but that's okay. Let's see. Steps. So we just changed current active event, so we can just use that again. And turn those ones on. So check if the event context matches the current step. If it does, kill this step. And activate the next step. Okay. Let's test this out. So I have... Hold on. Unity has to load. Has to reload the domain to show us our new info. And, of course, have a weird bug pop up that we don't have anything for. We're going to create a 3-step system here. So the first element is going to have nothing. The second element is going to have trigger walkover. I think we're going to have a timer too. I'm going to give that a moment, though, to think about it. So, yes. I want this is a dude on here. So now we have the trigger walkover event, which is triggered by this trigger right here that's being set up over that way. 0. And when I hit play, this is a dude should turn off. Then when a dude walks over the trigger, it should turn back on. Assuming it works. This is a dude. Cool. All right, awesome. Now we just need to make sure everything lines up. Which is kind of a pain in the neck when you have an invisible thing and text that doesn't appear on screen because it's part of the canvas. But you know what? We can adapt to that by adding a sprite to that. There we go. Okay, now we can move this. Yeah, let's just move that way. And we're going to take the "this is a dude" text and move that down. So, yes. We're still going to anchor it, but 0.55 and 0.65. That's a little bit better. Save all of that. We're going to delete the triangle from our box. Okay, so now we have nothing. A guy walks across. This is a dude. Okay, so now what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to add a couple more of them. A couple more of those trigger boxes. But what happens if we have multiple of the same kind of event What happens if we have 3 of the same... Like, what if we have 3 of the same kinds of events in a row? And we only want... You know what? We're going to have to add a key to each of these. Yeah. Serialized field, private, int, uint, key. Uh-oh, does that block something? No, it doesn't. Good. Okay. I just need to go update the triggers now on the... What is this in? UI? Yeah, let's move this here so it's actually part of the tutorials. Not the tutorial controller, but the tutorial events. That's what we need. Okay, so we're going to have the enum, and we're going to have a uint in here. That's going to cause errors in other places, but that's okay. We can fix those. I want to add a summary here. We're going to have that equals 0. That's going to be the... So each event is going to have a unique key. Type of event. Invokes it. Yeah, okay. Trigger walk over. I'm going to have a... User presses button and timer passes. We'll add a couple more event types to this. Okay, so if the tutorial event is not that, then we're going to return. Is not equal to 0, and if so if the key is not equal to 0, then we're going to do a check. Key is not equal to steps +1 dot key. Okay, so we need to add a new item to this right here. Yeah, there we go. We have a key. So if the key is not if the key that we are given by the event is not equal to the key that we're looking for, then return. But if the key is 0, then we're going to ignore it. So we only need keys if the event that we're looking at is, if it's important. Okay. Actually, we'll just set this in here. Don't need a reference to that in here. Okay. Good on tutorial events. We don't need a reference to controls in here anymore. We're going to raise the tutorial event and raise the key. Actually, yeah. Okay. So now I can duplicate the dude trigger. Actually, I might just save it. What is this? Seriously. Hold on. We're going to go on Google and just look this up on Unity. Serialized objects not okay, Stack Overflow has okay, so sometimes it happens if you have a second inspector window open in Unity. Okay, so we might have a separate inspector open somewhere in here, which I can close that tab for now. I can also close that one. Close that. We're not going to do any of that kind of material right now. We need the scene. We do not need the package manager, I don't think. Project settings are good. We need the game. We need the build profiles because we're... Once I have the basic tutorial set, yeah, I'll just publish to play. Oh, play. Publish your game on Unity Play for free. I have never been once in my life to that. Is it somewhere over here? Okay, good thing I don't have a weird background on right now. I don't think I have any viewers, so yeah, it says I have one viewer, and I think that one is me. Okay. Let's minimize that. Okay, so our dude trigger, yeah, we're just going to ignore it for now, I guess. 2D objects, triangle. Okay. I'm going to duplicate my dudes and move them around the screen. So 5, 0, and -5. Okay. And I want to take each of these and modify, give them numbers. So we're going to do 1, 2, and 3 to start. And then we go back to the game scene so that these all match up. Yeah, so the dude's going to come across the screen, hit this. That's going to turn on this is a dude. I'll duplicate that and move that to... yeah, we're going to keep it at the same Y level, but we're going to change the X. So this is going to be 0.3 and 0.7, I think, to get it to the center. No, 0.7 and 0.3. No, 0.3 and 0.7. Okay. This is a dude. Dudes have needs. And then we're going to duplicate that one again. And this one is going to be 0.5 and 1. Hover your mouse over them to see. Hover your mouse over them to see their needs. We're gonna put this we're gonna put this at 0.6 and 0.9 so that it doesn't overflow the edge of the screen. And we're also going to raise that okay. So now I need to make okay, so the first step has that and has 1 as its trigger. This one is going to have dudes have needs. It's going to have 2 as its trigger. And this is going to be trigger walk over. And then this one is going to be this is a dude. Dudes have needs. It's going to be the other dudes have needs. Also a trigger walk over, and that's going to be a 3. Okay. Let's see if this works. We're not going to delete the triangles. We're just going to deactivate them for now. Play. This is a dude. Dudes have needs. Hover your mouse over them to see their needs. Okay, yeah, we need to handle that. Hold on. If Is that it? Yes. Well, actually, we'll do... I always try to do positive spins on things. It's one of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of this way of reducing the nesting. I always prefer to say something, to have something positive on here. It's just easier for the brain to figure out. Okay. Try again. Okay, this is a dude. Dudes have needs. Hover your mouse over them to see their needs. Okay. Cool. We see their needs. Awesome. Okay. Cool. Tutorial is functional. Okay, so now when you do hover your mouse over a dude, we do need to call that event. So input, event system. No, I think it's the stat box. And the key is going to be 4. Yeah. I don't think we actually need a key on this. Actually, yeah, no, we don't need a key on this one. That can be 0. Okay, so now we need new text. And we also need a new empty object right here. That's going to be triggers. No, triggers. We are triggering something. So 0, 0. We're going to trigger an event. Okay. So the next thing is what does this one actually say? Yeah, we're just gonna copy that and put that in the name there. Duplicate that, and we're gonna say these are the stats of this individual. Okay, so 0.5, 0.8. I think that's going to be it. And then y is going to start at 0.7 and end at 0.8. Okay, now we also need our timer. Okay. Save that. So the event is going to have a key. Okay. Not going to do anything in start. Instead, it's going to do something in on enable. So we need time and a key. So on enable, actually on awake, we're going to have a private value to store time. And on enable, which always runs after awake, so that way if we turn this timer off, it's just going to hold that value. When we turn it back on, it's going to reset. So then on update, we're going to take time. Time.delta time. If time is less than 0, then tutorial events dot raise tutorial event timer passes key. Okay. So when this runs, we'll call the timer. Yes. I think that's it for that. I think that's about what we want it to be. Yes. So time is going to be 5. Key is also going to be key's going to be 0. I don't care what it is. Okay. So in our tutorial canvas, okay, this is a dude. Dudes have needs. Hover your mouse over them. And then we're going to have our next step, which is these are the stats of this individual dude. Paste that there. Okay, so we're going to turn that on, and we're going to turn on our timer. No, this is going to be the mouse over dude. So when you mouse over the dude, this turns on. Where is our stat box? Key is 0. Okay, so we don't care. Okay, nope, that's going to be 3. This is going to be 0. Okay. This is a little bit clunky, but I don't mind it. Okay, so this will turn on. These are the stat blocks in that. And then this one is going to be timer passes. Did I give the timer a key? I did not. Okay. So after the time passes, we will D. These are the stats of These are the average stats of all the dudes. Okay, this one is going to be 2.5. No, wrong way. 0 to 0.5. 0.3. 0.2. Okay. These are the stats of the individual dude. These are the average stats of all the dudes. Timer, I did not set a key for it. Okay. So, first one is empty. Then this is a dude. Dudes have needs. Hover your mouse over them to see their needs. These are the stats of the individual. These are the average stats of all the dudes. And I think we're going to have a... Let's just... Okay, so first, mousing over them now doesn't do anything. This is a dude. Dudes have needs. Hover your mouse over them to see their needs. These are the stats of this individual dude. These are the average stats of all the dudes. Okay, we're going to have another timer added onto here. Actually, can we add the same timer again? And then we have another element down here. The timer passes. Okay. Yeah, because we turn everything off and then turn it back on again. So it should reset the timer on that re-enabling. So we're going to add another... Satisfy the needs of all the dudes. 0 and 1. 0 and 0. Y is going to be 0.5 and 0.7. 0, 0. And center that one. Okay. The goal of the game is to satisfy the needs of all of the dudes. Okay. Save that. I think this is going to be the last thing. Okay. So... Okay, and when the timer passes, so we are setting up the timer again. We're going to add another element. This is going to be the last one. And this one is going to be, we're going to have a button. A next level button. Text is going to say continue in bangers. Zero to 1,000. And I want this to sit around here-ish. A little bit lower. So we're going to put that. Okay. 0.4 and 0.6. Point 1 and 0.2. And this next level button is going to have a change scene button, and this will change it to whatever we create for scene 2. Oh, did I get a call? I was called by my mother. Well, can't answer that just yet. I want to get this finished. Actually, it is 1:30, so I should be going to lunch. But I'm going to get this level finished and then go. Let's see. The goal of the game to satisfy the needs of all the dudes. And the next level button, which we will just throw together a scenes. And we're just going to do the we're going to rename that to level 2, which is buildings. Okay, so I need the next level button. And we're just going to add our level 2 place buildings there. And then we need to go to our tutorial canvas and is to satisfy. And then we have the hold on. I want my, where's my button? Where's my next level button? There we go. Next level button. Okay, so when this timer passes, we do the next level button, and that's it. That's the end of the game. Okay, hit play. This is a dude. That is a dude. Dudes have needs. That's what that is. Hover your mouse over them to see their needs. These stats are the individual dude. These are the average stats of all dudes. The goal of the game is to satisfy the needs of all the dudes. Continue. Okay. Sweet. We have a thing. I am going to, I guess, call my mother and figure out what's going on with her. The immigration station to the environment. That technically is an environment piece. Okay. Yeah. I will be back, I guess. Let's see. I am looking for... Which file am I looking for? Games. No. Unity. Unity builds. Oh yeah, the dot game. We're gonna do red, blue, green, yellow, purple. Yeah. Start that. I will be back in a bit. Okay, how do I turn off my... I am back. Yep. Let's kill that. Music. Turn on the main camera. I am no longer off to lunch. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We have one level finished. When we go to level 2, I need to go to my build profiles. Okay. Add that one. Oh, main menu scene. Okay, we're going to make that one first, and we're going to remove the sample scene. Okay. Save that. Now, each of these yeah, we're going to have that available, but let's turn off the options panel. Hit play. Wait a minute. So if it's off and I hit this, why does that turn it off and then on again? Yeah, if it's inactive, it should activate itself. So why is it making it inactive? Oh, wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. Remove that. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah. Next step. So this is going to be the tutorial item. No, not here. Not here. There needs to be a canvas. We need to create a canvas. Tutorial canvas. We'll move that up here. Again, immigration station is a part of that. We're gonna make this 7. So we're a little bit more in there. Yes. So tutorial canvas. Okay. I think element 1 is just going to be a timer. And I think it's going to be a 10-second timer. So let's add a empty triggers for tutorials. Create a new empty in there. Timer. Add a tutorial event timer. We're going to make this one 10 seconds. Second tutorial timer. Okay. We'll give it a key. Nah, we'll just leave it like that. Okay. We're gonna add the 10-second tutorial timer to this one and have this one activate on timer passes. So what do we want this one to be? I'm thinking like this is your here we go, card catalog. Yeah, the only one we want is the house card. So we're going to change this to 1. And we'll replace this with the house. Okay. So card canvas. We're going to add a single bit of text. And this text is going to say, can I have it underline just one, or does it underline the whole thing? It underlines the whole thing. Great. Okay, we have bangers. This will be black. No, not that. That. There we go. The first need we'll fill is rest. Okay. We're gonna duplicate this one. We're gonna make this a 5-second timer. There we go. Okay. Okay. I'm going to need to add another where are the tutorial events? Here we go. User selects a house card. User places a house. And we're going to change these from user to player. Okay. How is this going to work? Where does this error keep coming from? Is it because, did I have a, hold on, window. Okay. General Inspector. Is it because of these? Window, General, Inspector. Okay, it might be because of these. Okay. We're going to change this out for the 5-second timer. Okay, so this one runs. When the timer passes, this one runs. When this timer passes, this one runs. Oh, actually, no, delete that. Duplicate that. Okay. But first, you can you can explore the game with the WASD keys. Okay. Okay. So now what we need to do is we need to add an event to the input What if we need multiple events to have occurred in a list before we go to the next step? I suppose we could invoke an event. Okay. Tutorial events dot raise tutorial event. All right. Up key, down key, left key, and right key. What are we going to set? Let's think about this for a moment. So we're going to get a value. So if move direction dot x negative x is less than. Okay. Okay, so if it's not vector2.0, we're not going to check for every single individual direction. It's not because this is somehow a better method of doing it. It's just because I don't want to do it. Presses. Player presses direction key. One. Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, no, we're just going to call that event every time. Okay. So we're just going to take the input. Let's wait for player controls to... Okay. Player presses direction key. And what did I have it set? I think I had it set to 1. So... No, this one is timer passes. And then the next one is player presses direction key. And I think this one, I'm going to have a 5-second timer. Okay, save, play. The first need we'll fill is rest. Okay, I also want to... So the card canvas here, I want to turn this off, but then have an event that turns it on. So what I think we're going to do is we're going to have a special object called a tutorial object activator. And this is going to have a activate non-tutorial object script on it. Yes, this is going to be saved in tutorials. So what this is going to do is this is going to get a reference to a game object, and when it is enabled, it's going to turn that object on. So on enable, private, object to activate, and when this is enabled, we're going to set that to true. Okay, so this is gonna be turned off card deck activator. We're going to put that in here. And our object to activate is going to be the card canvas. Okay. Save that. Okay. We're also going to have a bit of text here that's just going to say good job. UI. Good job. That says good job, right? Center it. We want our bangers. It's going to be white text with a glow to it. Size 72. Okay. Yeah, I'll fix it. I thought the joke was going to be funny, but it fell flat even for me, and I'm the one who made the joke. So, okay. And we're also going to have our good job item right there. Okay. Now, when the player presses the direction key, we get the timer. This time, we want the timer, which is going to have 0 on it, right? Yeah. Okay. And then I want the card deck activator to be called okay, so when the timer passes, we're going to start another 5-second timer. And we're also going to have another bit of text. And we're going to move this down here. In order to do that, 0 and 0.5. Actually, we'll do 10 and 10 on each. And 0 and 0.3. And then 0.2, 0.4. Okay, save that. Okay. We're going to move you to the bottom so that we can get rid of that. Okay, so when the timer passes, we get that. Then we do not want the card deck activator. What we want instead is player presses a house card. Okay. You can press R to rotate the building's output. Make sure it doesn't... Make sure the input and outputs aren't on the same side. Okay, so we're going to take this one, and we're going to put this one over here. No, over here. So that's going to be... X is going to be 0.1 to 0.4. And Y is going to be 0.4 to 0.6, I guess. Okay. Okay. I think the actual card selection is handled on the card itself. Okay, if card state is card unavailable, so we make the card in use, we populate it with all of the data. Actually, I can probably make this a little bit more... easy to parse with just a... There we go. Makes everything a little bit shorter and means we only have to do the ghost.instance once, which wasn't really an issue, but sometimes things just annoy me. I want to fix it. Oh, okay. Let me think. Where do we want to put this? What is it that actually checks to see if a card is selected? So you can press R to rotate the building's output. Make sure inputs and outputs aren't on the same side. Because we store all of the actual information for the card on the card populator. I don't know. I don't know if my brain is just deciding it doesn't want to work anymore or what, but I'm trying to figure out. Okay, trigger tutorial event. On trigger event 2D. Tutorial events. Raise tutorial events. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. That's all good. Check under mouse. We're going to rename this one. Check under mouse for dude. That's what we're doing with this one specifically. So I just want to make sure that next time I look at this, it's not like, what the hell's going on here? Okay, so all right. Drop card on selection. Oh, right, the pointer click handler. So if someone clicks on this button, ghost data, instance, game object, activate self. Like, I'm just trying to mentally put together exactly what I need to be clicking on. What it is that I am. Okay, so I just need to add the event for yeah. I think it's this one. I'm almost certain it is this one. Yeah, because this is the one with the on-pointer clicker event. Okay, so if it's unavailable, we don't do anything. Okay, so this is the one, I think, where we want to have it pass in an event. When we click on it, we add everything to the ghost, and then tutorial events, raise tutorial event. I'm going to have this be a thing that we store here. Enum tutorial event. Okay. We're going to have these be down here. Is it title? No, it's not title. Header. Card move data, and then card state. Okay. Neato. So I'm going to raise the tutorial event, and we're going to raise a key. Pass that in here. Okay. Cool. So now we can add a card. Okay. Is tutorial. Player selects a house card. Tutorial key is 1. We'll make it 2. Okay, then we go back to our tutorial canvas. And 2. Okay, so the player selected a house. So this one activates when a player selects a house card. And then we're going to add another one. Duplicate that. And we're going to have this one be opposite that. So instead of 0.1, 0.4, it's going to be 0.9, 0.6. Okay. Control C. Control V. Okay. Play. Oh, whoops. Tutorial canvas. Okay. File. Save. Play. That's supposed to be off. Oh, right. I was supposed to turn off the card deck activator. Okay. Play. The first need we'll fill is rest. But first, you can explore the game with the WASD keys. Good job. Okay. This is a house card. You can use it to place a house. Make sure the input and outputs aren't on the same side. Okay. Oh, that must be the output. Right, the whole dead people thing. I think we might want to make it so that when the house card is placed, it just automatically spawns someone. Okay. So now we need one for when they enter the house. Okay. So what I need next is player selects a house, player places a house. So I need when a player places the house for a thing to happen. Okay. So building ghost. Okay. On enable, instantiate ghost. Okay, new building, transform position. Okay, cool. So we do make the new building here. At the end of this, we're going to So we're also going to have a header is going to be tutorial, and it is going to be and a bool. If not play tutorial event, then return. Okay, so we're going to raise our tutorial event. That is going to be a enum and tutorial key. Okay. Neato. So when we place down a building, we're going to play that event if we are in a tutorial. So now we go to our building ghost. Yes, we are playing the tutorial event. Player places a house card. 2. All right, go back to our tutorial canvas. Okay. So now this one Okay. 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 Yeah, that should be fine where it is. We're not going to say if you're evil. If you're feeling evil. Okay, we're going to move this one up a bit. Instead of 0.6, we're going to do 0.8. Okay. We're just going to use the first bit of text here. Save. And the player places a house. Okay. I think we're going to have a dude enters a house item attached to the... Wait, we can't because... We can attach it to the output, I guess. Yes. On a building. On a building output. I'm going to add a... Private bool tutorial. Okay. And then lastly, event enum tutorial event. Okay, so what we're going to do is if a need is filled or a timer passes, an object is pulled from the inputs and pushed to the exit queue. Observed update. Sends the dequeued object to its proper position if possible. Okay, this is going to have to be in here, because if we get to the point where we get to the NQ part, yeah, so dot raise tutorial events. Tutorial event. Key. If not tutorial, return. Okay. Now, let's see. What tutorial event are we going to raise here? I think it's just going to be like guy leaves house, right? Dude walks out of house. Nope. Okay, this one. Okay. So when the dude leaves the house, all right, and we have to go to our house, prefab, buildings, house, tutorial, key is 0, dude leaves house. Oh shit, how do we set this? You know what? I think we should just have a global value that says if a tutorial is going on. So I think we're going to no, because there's some stuff that I want to turn it off for. The house gets its oh, place ghost. Okay. Do we get the building out? Yes, we do. Okay. We can make this public. Okay, but when we place the ghosts, equals play tutorial event. Okay. Cool. So the house, I can have that. Dude leaves house, leave that at 0. Go to the where is my... Tell me I didn't delete it. Tell me I didn't delete it by accident. Dear God. There is no way. Oh, thank God. Jesus. Okay. So a dude leaves the house. Okay, save that. Mouse over you, dude, to see. Okay, so then the next one is going to be... Okay, so when a dude leaves the house, you get that message. Now we're going to do when you mouse over a dude. We're going to do a... $10-second tutorial timer, and we're going to duplicate that. Your dudes are now rested. Yay! Okay. I'm going to put this one over here in this corner. And that is going to be 0.3, 0.5. Really? Okay. 0.2. Timer passes. I want to say the 10-second timer is 0. Yeah, it is. Okay. So once the 10-second timer passes, we are going to have a button. Next level button. Continue. It's going to be in our wonderful, wonderful bangers. I don't remember what I had the last one set as, but change scene button. We'll set that up in a bit. Tutorial canvas. Okay, so we'll turn that on once that timer passes. And I think that's gonna be it. And I think it's time for my next break. Jesus. Wait a minute, what? My last break got out at 2. It's been an hour and a half already? What the hell? It doesn't feel like it. It doesn't feel like it. Unless I didn't get off at 2. Might have gotten off at 2:30. Either way. Let's go to our scenes. We're gonna duplicate that level, rename it to level 3, which is gonna be thirst. Okay, cool. So this should be done now, I think. We hit play. Your dudes are now... oh, yep, your dudes are now rested. Okay, whoops. Tutorial canvas. The next level button. We're going to make that glow. This is going to be... actually... and then we're going to take the menu button. Okay, so that's going to be... your dudes are now rested. Okay. So those are both good. The next level button is going to be 0.2 to 0.3. Oh, 0.2, 0.3, 0.5, 62.42.6. And we're going to then take the text in that and scale it up to from 0 to 1,000, which is going to be 62.45. Okay. All right, test it. Come on. Why are you not? Why is it not starting? That's not good. Okay. Element 0. Oh, it's a 10-second tutorial timer? Yeah, we're going to do the 5-second tutorial timer. We're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why is it not activating? Okay, we have our tutorial controller. Why is it not activating the first thing on the list? Okay, activate first step. It should take that and set it active, but it's not, which is weird. You know what? We're going to do that. And then we're going to put this one below it. So we're going to deactivate everything first and then turn on the starting element. That might be a better way to organize things. I don't know if that's at all why things are going all topsy-turvy here, but there we go. Okay, now the 5-second timer is turned on. The first need we'll fill is rest. WASD keys. Good job. Now wait for a dude. If you misplace the house, you can place another or press the... Nice. Okay, so that part does not work correctly. Oh, I think I need to input... Yeah, player controls is tutorial. Okay. Huh. Okay, so this is the tutorial. Okay. Oh. 0. I think. Hold on. Input. Oh, 1. 1 was the key. Mouse over dude. 1. Okay. Let's try that again. But first, you can explore the game with WASD keys. Wait, why is this happening again? Why is this going on again? What the hell is breaking? What the hell? That was working perfectly for months. Everything went exactly as intended. So why is it suddenly now having a new issue? Shoot. Well, I'm going to take my next break, and yeah, I'm going to fix that issue. Which is BS, because it's already been fixed. That one was already fixed. Yeah. Yeah, rotating is broken again. Not getting event when okay. I am going to take my next break. Unity builds. Yeah, I really need to set this up so that it just automatically does a thing when it starts. I think that's all of the colors. Mist green. Start. It's kind of an Easter theme, but yeah. All right, I will be right back. All right, back to work. I don't know what that was. That was a noise. Oh boy. Okay. I needed that break for a minute to just calm myself down a bit, because this is an error. This is a bug that I've gotten in the game before, and I fixed it 3 separate times, and it keeps coming back. And it ticks me off that it keeps coming back. Okay, cool. We have explored the game. And now it works fine. But why are these not working? This is my question. Mouse over dude. Oh, wait a minute. Dude leaves house. Okay, hold on. Your dudes are now rested. Okay, let's try that one more time. Save, play. But first, you can explore the game with WASD keys. Good job. Main camera. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's in the top canvas. Stat box. Play tutorial event. Why? Why? Why is it that sometimes one happens, sometimes the other happens? I genuinely do not understand it. Oh, god damn it. Is it just going to fix itself again? Yep. Okay, so that time it fixed itself. at that. Continue. Okay. Now, why the hell? If I hit play again... And now it works fine again. The worst kind of bug you can possibly run into is one that isn't consistent in when it runs and when it doesn't run. Okay, but we fixed one issue. The other issue still exists and is terrifying to me. Why is it... Wait, what? Was it not letting me place them? I'm very confused about what just happened. I'm extraordinarily confused about what just happened. Because there was some kind of irregularity that was going on. What? Okay, why was it not letting me place a house? Place a house when I checked if my dudes were well rested. Okay, hold on. Wait, does it check for the text? Wait a minute. Oh, I think I know what was going on here. Can I place a house? Okay. Gotcha. Okay, so all of these... Okay, so I think I need to check the... Hold on. It's on the ghosts. When we're placing the ghosts, okay. So we're going to place our structure. Is pointer over the game object? If event system.current is pointer over the game object. Oh, okay. So this is going to check to see if there's any text there, and if there is, we cannot place it there. Oh, that blows. Oh, that blows. Okay. To help with that, I am going to add yeah. I'm going to add a hold on. I just want to my sanity is not handling the rotation piece not fully functioning. Just my brain does not want to. Cool. All right. Oh, we're gonna make a change to the immigration station. Yes. So rest, we're gonna start at 5. That's good. That's good. We're doing better. We're in a better position than we were before. But the rotating being broken has not popped up again, which worries me a lot because just, I don't know, something about it just does not compute. I don't know. Okay, let's add yeah, we're going to take all of these guys. Can we just add a backgrounds to them? Extra settings. Margins, color gradient, override tags, spacing options, alignment, text wrapping mode. Horizontal mapping, vertical mapping. No material presets. Okay. So we might need to just have boxes. Maybe. UI panel. Point 5, 0.5. Okay, we're going to put this one up here at 0.8 and 0.6. Oh, no. Text is going to be 0101. 0.8, no, 0.8, 0.6. For 0.6. Oh, other way. Seven, 0.8. Six, 5. That works. Okay. Then we're going to have this be centered. And the panel is going to be a gray box. Control C. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so this is going to have a cap of 0.5. Looks like a 0.3. And a 0.4 and 0.6. That's fine. But first you can explore the game. Deactivate those. I'll do the house card next. Okay, 0 to 0.3. And 0.2 to 0.4. Okay, we're going to put that in there. Okay. All right. Delete that. 0.1, 0.4, 0.4, 0.6. Okay, we should make this a little bit bigger. I'm thinking in the Y direction. 0.3. Okay, we'll center it. 0.6, 0.9. Damn. All right, that fits. Okay, tutorial canvas. Okay, let's make sure this works for now. Okay. I'm also going to lower the speed at which houses fill needs. Instead of 5, or instead of 10, we're going to do like 7. Yeah, and I still have to add level 3 to the... But I'm going to wait on that. Okay, so we have... Oh. 0.8. Okay, 0.4. Let's try 0.2. And we're also going to add... Okay. That one's going to be pretty tight, but that's okay. Okay. Almost there. I actually want to take a quick look at my... Oh, we still have the grass color thing open. That was from the beginning of the video. Or live stream. I need to check Google for a moment. As you can probably tell, if I end up taking this recording and putting it somewhere else, like on Google, you may notice my energy level is... It took a bit of a hit. I'm guessing I'm probably gonna keep doing this for another half hour, 45 minutes. If that. I'll try to keep going though. Okay, duplicate. Okay, so this one is 0.6, 0.9, 0.4, 0.8. Okay. 0.4, 0.8, 0, 0. We're going to reveal that. We're going to reveal that. That doesn't need to be nearly as large as it is. Yeah, we can make this smaller. Okay, yeah, we can make this shorter too. 0.7. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Almost there. One more left. Duplicate that. Oh, yeah, we don't need one for that one. So delete that. No, not duplicate. Delete. Delete. All right, file, save. We're going to deactivate both of these. Hit play. The first need we'll fill is rest. First, you're going to explore the game with the WASD keys. Yeah, I think since I have it filling so much slower. Like, it is filling. Continue. Level 3 could not be loaded. Level 3 will be loaded. I will make it load. Okay. Okay, tutorial's going pretty well. It's a tad iffy. But having said that, it's pretty quick to add things to it. Now I need to open up the level 3 thirst. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, build profiles. We will add thirst to that list. File, save. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to say this portion is done. Let's go back to the main menu scene because we have all of these here. What I want to do is I want to modify this so that it only shows one. Now, let's see. The level 1 button is going to open the level 1 dudes. The level 2 button. Oh, that's the only one that has the change scene button. Okay, well, we're going to add the change scene button. Okay, so 2 is going to have level 2. Level 3 will have level 3. I think that's going to be it. That's all we'll do for now. Yeah, we'll do the rest of the levels a different day. For now, I want to make it so that let me think. I'm thinking that yeah, I'm definitely getting low energy. Oh yeah, we want to make a save system so that each time one of these levels is passed, we save the fact what level we've reached, and when you load the game, it'll check to see what level you're at. Yeah. We're just going to create an empty object and call this save system. Okay. Load, no, not load current levels. Load available levels. Save that. Let it compile. But yeah, so my thought is we're gonna store this as a player pref. There's no need to store like a whole JSON file for this because all we're storing is what level the player has reached. That's the only bit of information that we want to store. No, that's not going to be on the tutorials namespace. Wait, oh, I put this in tutorials. Load available levels. Yeah, we're just going to put this in scripts. Okay, so on awake, we are going to get a value. There's going to be a public int level reached so when we enter this level, get float, get int, not a uint, int. Okay. Sure. So what I want to do is I want to store this as a there we go. So we don't have to add something in here, and in other places where I need to reference this, I can just pull this here. Can I make it both a static and a const? Okay. So we are going to set that. Well, actually, we need to check to see if it exists, because if it's the first time someone's playing, that's going to leave an error. So if it has that key, then we're going to do this. If it does not have that key, level reached to 0. Set int level reached key, and we're going to set it to level reached, which is our 0. Okay. Oh, also, we need to save. Okay. Cool. So when you first start the game, we're going to get that value, set it, and then we're going to have a list of our levels. Private levels. Okay, and for we're not going to do I to levels.length. We're going to do I to level reached. And then set those to true. Level and levels, set them false. Okay, so at the start of the game, we take all of them, we set them false, and then we just turn back on the ones that we want to stay on. I think we could actually do this a little bit easier by starting at level reached +1. And then ending at yeah, because if our last level reached was 0, we want to yeah. Okay, that's gonna be length. Okay. So if I save this, save all that. Yep, we're going to get errors. That's okay. Let's lock down our save system, get all 10 of our levels, stick them in there, save all that, hit play. Okay. Cool. So now I need a way to say, hey, we've beaten level 1. Let's move on. I think it's going to be when the continue button shows up. Let's see. Gain level. Oh. Unlock next level. We'll call it that. Serialize field. Private int level. And on enable, first we're going to get yeah. If dots load available levels dot. Okay, so if we have the key for the level that is being loaded, if we have that key, then we can do the rest of this stuff. Yeah. Load available levels, level reached key. Okay, so if the key exists, then we're going to get the key. Dot get int. Okay, so we get our current level. If current level is greater than next level, then set our int to okay, so if our current level is greater than our next level, we do that. And save it. If not, then we do nothing. You know, we just played the level. It doesn't change any values. If we do not have the key, then we set the value and save. Yeah, I think that's it. So now let's load up level 1. Machines level 1. We're going to go to all of our tutorial items and turn them off. Has next level button. That is going to get a unlock next level. 1, I think. Yeah, 1. Unlock next level 2. All right, so now we're going to go back to the main menu scene. And if we hit play, okay, we have a guy going across. This is a dude. Dudes have needs. These are the stats of this individual dude. These are the stats of all dudes. The aim is to satisfy the needs of all the dudes. Continue. Okay. Now when I hit play, there we go. Level 1 and level 2 are now available to me. The first need we'll fill is rest. But first, you can explore the game with WASD keys. Okay. Continue. Okay, now when I hit play again, I now have thirst available as a level. Okay, cool. Awesome. Everything works. And this bug has not shown up again. Which worries me a lot. I am iffy on that. Like, I don't know. It worries me that that it pops up at random. Like, I'm expecting someone is going to message me saying, "Hey, this has popped up," and I have no idea what's causing it. And that genuinely scares me because I don't have a solution for it. Hold on, I'm just gonna grab the canvas level panel. I'm just gonna grab all these and make them a little bit brighter. Okay. Cool. Hit play. Oh, one other thing we need. Hold on. On the canvas, I need a slider. Volume slider. And we're just going to add a quick UI, save. Just get a reference to a audio source and a reference to a slider. On value changed, add a listener, and we're going to call this listener okay. Okay. Yeah, that's basically it. Yep. Gotta compile. Okay, so we have our audio source. We have our volume slider. We're also going to add a text that's going to say, this is going to be our volume text. Volume. We will change it to our bangers. And of course, we're going to do it in black. Okay. The volume slider itself is going to be at I'm going to say 0.8 and 1. 0.9 and 1. And then 0 and 0.1. 0.05. Y of 0, y of 0.05. Okay. I think we're going to start the volume slider at 0.5. And the audio source, the volume is going to be set to 0.5. Play. Oh, you know what might be causing it? Hold on. Scene. What? Oh, that's right. I removed all the visuals. Okay. I guess that's why we have visuals, huh? Okay. So the X value is going to be minus 6. Y is going to be 4. Five, 0. 25, 0. Minus 25. Okay, so all of these need to get shifted around just a little bit. 4, 2, 0, minus 2. Minus 4, minus 2, 0, 2. Okay, position of that is going to be 3. This one is going to be 1. Minus 1. Minus 3. Okay, almost there. Minus 12.5. Okay. 1, 5. Minus 1, 3. Okay. So those are all even now on their points. I think that's how I had it set up. Yeah, seems like it works now. Okay, so I think the issue had to do with my placement of the structures, because it's a finicky system that only works if everything is on the correct lines. But yeah, I think I'm gonna stop now. I'm freaking tired. I am beat. Yeah, next time I am gonna work on level 3. I think I'm just gonna do 3 and 4 and then do like the rest have the rest be challenge levels. No, 3, 4, and I'm gonna do one for power. Power is a concept that I haven't even put into the game yet, so we'll need to work on that. And one other thing that I haven't mentioned yet, but want to work on. So, yeah, 6 or 7 levels in total for the tutorial. Then we work on objectives, and then we make a bunch of challenge levels, and then finally a level where people just have access to everything and can do whatever they want. I think that's a pretty good goal. I will see you all later.